I think we can go on with our presentations. As we said before, the DB Wave project was not today is not the end of a journey started up 3 years ago. So now we are here to learn how all the material produced, all the exchanges that we had together, and all the good practices of cooperation to learn how to work better in a more efficient way at European level could go forward and could constitute the backbone of a future network that will be established among all the European vet centers in Europe. So today, now we are going to speak about the idea and the establishment of this network called Don Bosco Tech Europe. And it's my pleasure here to welcome in this discussion panel the executive directors of international vet networks who could, thanks to their experience and lessons learned from the direction of their networks, give us a hint on the possibilities and also on the potential of this Don Bosco Tech Europe. So I'm here to welcome Renato Cursi from Don Bosco International, Executive Secretary, our coordination in Europe, Giulia Mesquino from Director Secretary General from EFTA, Europe, and Father George Ranahil, the Executive Director of the Don Bosco Tech Africa, which is a network who coordinates all the 98 or more than 100, I think now, vocational training centers in Africa. Okay, so I'll leave the floor to Renato. Thank you, Renato.
Thank you very much, Ivan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and greetings also to our friends who are connected online and are following this web streaming that hopefully will be available also for those who were not able to follow it live this morning. And thanks to those welcoming us in this beautiful Salesian home, Casa Salesiana Trinidad in Sevilla. And thanks to all those who have been working along 2.5 years on this DB Wave project. It is my pleasure now to introduce this PowerPoint presentation towards the DB Tech Europe, Don Bosco Tech Europe. I'm only starting this presentation, and then I will leave the floor back to Dr. Ivan Toscano to explain the overall objective of this possible network and the specific objectives, and to focus a little bit on the added value of a European network. This is something we will learn also from Giulia, who is already in charge of a European network of vet providers, and Father George, who is doing the same in Africa. But let's now have a look at our dear Europe. When we talk about Don Bosco Tech Europe, we look beyond DB Wave project. As you learned this morning, if you didn't know before, DB Wave is made of 8 partners representing 6 European countries, and the 6 of them are members of the European Union. So a very precise political, social, economical framework in spite of many differences. But when we look at DB Tech Europe, we look beyond the European Union experience. So geographically speaking, if we look at the broader definition of Europe, when we talk about Don Bosco Tech Europe, we can already talk of 196 existing already vet centers in 19 European countries. 13 of these 19 countries are also European member states, but 6 of them are not yet, maybe, European Union member states. So when we talk about Don Bosco Tech Europe, we look beyond the European Union and beyond DB Wave. But this is the experience also of other European networks of vet providers, like we will learn from Dr. Giulia Mesquino. And but I invite you, please, also to take this brochure that you will find in the bag received when entering this room. And to those who are connected online, I invite you to surf the internet and to navigate the donboscotecheurope.eu website, where at the page on publications, you will find also this very recent publication that we were able to upload yesterday. This is the final publication of the project, And in the very first chapter you will find, or the second one maybe, of this final publication online, you will find also the list of and the numbers of VET centers of the Don Bosco Tech Europe network in each of these European countries, so that you can also compare and have a more precise idea of what we mean by 19 European countries, 196 VET centers. And if we look at the brochure, as I said, also the brochure has been uploaded on the website in the same page, you will see that we are going beyond these numbers of 196 VET centers. Also because we don't want a DB Tech Europe to be a closed area, a closed space for Don Bosco VET staff. And when we talk about VET staff, we talk about already 5,500 people who are teachers, who are program managers, who are educators, or youth workers in these VET centers. And going beyond these 62,000 learners in VET. Why? Because as you can see from these graphics about the final beneficiaries of Don Bosco Tech Europe, in the DB Wave process we have already been looking for stakeholders, such as you can see that we have co-signed memoranda of understanding with European VET networks like EFTA, but also EVBB. You will listen from Marcus this afternoon, who is representing this other European network of VET providers, and FVET, which is another European network of VET providers. But we also reached out to international NGOs, including Salesians of Don Bosco's international NGOs for development cooperations. But all these VET centers also mean relationships with companies, with chambers of commerce and so on, local authorities. And most importantly, when we think about Salesian VET, we don't think always of an isolated VET center. Very often, like here in Sevilla, Trinidad, you will see that the VET center is a part of a broader educational offer, so that the young person is experiencing something that goes beyond the labor market oriented experience of VET. This is very important because we believe that already Salesian vocational education and training is well known in the national level, but also the broader level in Europe, as a quality proposal, a quality brand of VET that in the spirit of Don Bosco provides at all levels an holistic integral education and a quality employment to the most vulnerable youth. So the young person in the VET center, Salesian VET center, is often also provided with social services, orientation, the opportunity to attend a youth center with non-formal education opportunities. This is not always the case, but this is often the case, and ideally this is our approach to integral education. So on the one hand, Salesian VET is not only a labor market oriented experience, but on the other hand, we may say that thanks to the tools developed in the DB Wave project, this quality educational experience also makes sense to labor market actors. Why? Because thanks to the tool that has been presented by Dr. Merche Lopez this morning, the database and the tracking graduates tool, we are able to say what you can read in this slide. Also at home, hopefully you can read it, but I am going to tell you that we are able to say that thanks to an assessment done with the DB Wave partners in 6 EU countries in 2021 in Salesian VET centers, we are able to say that the average Salesian VET students' formative success in Europe is 88.5%, almost 90%. In some countries is 90, in some countries is a little bit less. What does this mean? That after 1 year from their qualification or diploma, the 35% of qualified students have already a stable occupational job, while the 54% is continuing their studies, either towards a diploma or an higher VET path, while only the 7% is still unemployed. And you will notice that there is a 5% which is not there because we don't know the answer of this 5%. But this is very significant for employers, for companies that are our partners in the market-oriented environment of VET, vocational education and training. But still, this is not the only preoccupation, the only concern of our integral educative approach. But let's stay focused on Europe. How are we organized at the European level, and are we organized at the European level? This is a big question. So coming from Brussels, from Don Bosco International, I have to say something about this. And why a DB Tech Europe? We may also ask this question, wonder, do we need it? Do we need a DB Tech Europe? If we look at those logos in the slide, we may say that yes, and we are even at least 30 years late. We may say we are 170 years late, because as Father Fabrizio Buonalume said in the greetings this morning, on the 8th of February 1852, Giovanni Bosco, Sacerdote Giovanni Bosco, with the young person Giovanni Odasso, his father, and a local employer in Turin, signed the first apprenticeship contract that still job market researchers come to study in Italy at the time of the first industrial revolution. But at that moment it was not possible to think about a DB Tech Europe. But 30 years ago, the European communities, thanks to the end of the Cold War, the end of the Berlin Wall, and the Maastricht Treaty process, 30 years ago, we are now in 2022, but if we look back at 1992, the European communities moved from a just market-oriented experience towards the common market to the European Union process, which is also a social political integration. And so also education is more relevant now in this process of integration at the European level 30 years ago. And if we look at the existing European networks of VET providers, the oldest, I think, is FVET, is already 30 years old. I think so. And if we look at the experience of other Don Bosco VET providers in other regions of the world, we have today, next to me, you can see Father George representing Don Bosco Tech Africa. We also have partners signing the Memorandum of Understanding from India and the Philippines with Don Bosco Tech India and Don Bosco Tech Asian, so Southeast Asia countries. Therefore, we may wonder why haven't we developed already a DB Tech Europe? Because it may represent a structure for the Salesians of Don Bosco in Europe in the field of vocational training as a shared project to coordinate all the Salesian vocational training center on the continent. I just mentioned a few elements as an added value of this network, and then I will leave the floor to Dr. Ivan Toscano. So this network may strengthen the commitment of the Salesians of Don Bosco in the VET sector, also to be represented before the EU institutions, to make this Salesian VET known as a reality of quality education, and to promote accelerated growth and sustainable development, especially for the most poor, most vulnerable, most deprived young person. So especially, but not only initial VET. But why isn't DBI already a DB Tech Europe? Because Don Bosco International, for your information, works as a liaison office of the Salesian congregation, so representing the Salesians of Don Bosco in the European institutions, but is not focused only on VET, and is currently unable to go in depth in advocacy and coordination of the VET sector, because we also follow all the other social policies concerning children and young people at the European level that are relevant also for the social platforms of the Salesians and all their activities, broadly speaking, in education. But still, Don Bosco International was able to attend the meetings of the European platforms for VET. So since 2016, Don Bosco International is a member of the European Alliance for Apprenticeships. Since 2021, last year, we also signed the Pact for Skills promoted by the European Commission. And since now it's 11 and will be soon 12 years that the Salesian project managers of VET are meeting annually, normally in the month of November, in a different EU member state to coordinate for a brokerage experience of projects, but also as an experience of training of trainers, training of project managers at the European level. It's already 12 years that you are meeting, and DBI is supporting this kind of meeting together with the Youth Ministry Department of the Salesians of Don Bosco in the General Headquarters in Rome. So there is already a process, and now thanks to DB Wave, we have already an assessment of this situation in Europe. We have also received the visits of some of your national boards to Brussels to meet the European Union's officers in charge of VET. We have been attending the European Vocational Skills Weeks, like the one that will take place online and in Brussels in May 2022. And we have also organized some international meetings with representatives of companies, corporations, enterprises, and we want this to continue. This is why I leave the floor to Dr. Ivan Toscan, and I leave also my chair so that he can use the laptop. And I thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that this session will be quite interactive, so looking forward to receiving your questions and curiosities, doubts, everything. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Renato, and thank you also for already setting up the presentation with Mac, because I share the same problem of Tanya with Mac, so it's already set up. Okay, no, thank you. Just we dreamt about the future 3 years ago, setting up the upcoming DB Tech Europe backbone and way to cooperate together. But actually, since the very beginning, we designed DB Wave as a pilot, as a small-scale experiment to see how and where all the centers that we have in Europe, with particular regard with the smaller one, who do not have yet internationalization in their own portfolio of experience or in their own strategy, how could help a network like this to provide more opportunities to the youngest. So since the very beginning, we structured DB Wave in 4 main pillars, which more or less could have helped our national networks to work, first of all, better in a more efficient and relevant way, impactful way for our youngsters at national level, and also to see how it could be improved the way we work together at European level. Which sense it make, as Renato was saying, do we need a European Bosco Tech Europe? If the answer is if yes, I hope you will agree with me at the end of the presentation, to do what? And what is the added value for our centers, which is something that at the moment we do not have yet when speaking about European projects. Some of us is already skilled in European projects. What this network can provide us with as an added value. So the 4 main structures was, first of all, to improve the institutional representativeness of our network. So the capacity, first of all, of each of our platform at national level and then at European level to represent our centers, to represent the needs of our youngsters, to be representative also at European level, to participate to the policy agenda, to the processes that at the moment are happening to the process agenda. In order to be that, the first thing is that as a network we should represent a reliable and accountable organization also from the institutional points of view. That's why from 2 years and a half ago, we started through peer reviews to increase and improve the way we approach to internationalization and the way we use the internationalization to achieve our aim. So through peer reviews, we learned how to represent an organization which First of all, at national level, was really representative of our VET centers. Then we learned how to work at European level from the institutional point of view, to also work on common background, common tools, to align the languages that we had when speaking about vocational training. Of course, I remember that this was really a tough topic when building up the Don Bosco Tech Africa, because they had to compare among probably 36 national systems as VET. In Europe, we were quite advanced, because from the Copenhagen process onwards, the European Commission were really successful in at least aligned the vocabulary of vocational training to understand each other. But still, we had to increase, to improve our knowledge, and most of all, learns from the lessons that we achieved during the past. So institutional building. Then we had to work together on the capacity building, technical capacity building. So we know that the Salesian vocational training in Europe is a well-known system, recognized for its impact, as we saw from the statistics, from the tracking graduates, but also an inclusive model of education, really successful one. We also learned, Renato was mentioning about the meetings that we had at European level with the enterprises. We also learned that when speaking about relationship with market actors, we have a long history of cooperation and innovativeness. So also comparing among ourselves on VET technical content and about innovativeness in VET. Let's think about, as an example, Industry 4.0, or all the experiences that we run at national level on the matter of digitalization and on greening TVET, as an example. So we had to compare. What I would like to raise your attention on is that all the tools that we developed has not been designed and written by an expert behind a desk. So this is maybe another added value of the future network. All the work that we've done in these 2 years and a half started up as a first step from a comparison among the experts. So we didn't want to take advantage from the most experienced center who had to teach to the others how to do and how to deal with green TVET or to other stuff. We want to start from a comparison so that all the outputs and tools that you produced can really be exploited at network level, because it reflected the knowledge, the reality, and the ground that we have in all the different centers. This is a really, I think, winning point. I know by experience that if you write something behind a desk, we call up an external expert to tell us how is which is the methodology for the VET. The output that will be produced probably will be a quality one, but will not be really mainstreamed at center level, not be used, because it doesn't reflect the reality of our centers. So another really important point is that we start really from the comparison among ourselves. And believe me that when thinking about comparison among 160 centers is not that much easy. Though we are in Europe, though we are Salesians, though we are used to work in vocational training, we move from different experiences and background. So also building up a common language, a common background, common tools to be exploited, to me, could be the really core of the future network, which is not a top-down organization, but it's just, a network which facilitate the work among us, could enhance the opportunities of exchange like we had in these 2 years and a half, could enhance the relevance and the impact of the work that we already are doing at national level. So this is the meaning to us of the Don Bosco Tech Europe. So that's why I was saying that in small scale, DB Wave represented, let's say a real workshop, a pilot for what the centers expect from the future Don Bosco Tech Europe. Let's see the concrete contribution, something we already know, but the concrete contribution of this DB Wave towards the Don Bosco Tech Europe. So first of all, as we said, these 2 years and a half, we had the opportunity, thanks to the European Commission, to reach our aims for sure. but also to use this project as an incredible arena for the exchange among the Salesian European vet and a concrete assessment towards the DB Tech Europe. So we used these 2 years and a half also to count ourselves, to thanks to also the database that Merce developed to know which are the sectors that we have in Europe, how many students do we have, in which grades, which are the characteristics and the background of our youth. We know that 90% of them come from a really unprivileged background, really comes from marginalized situation, which makes the data that Renato provide you about the formative success even more relevant at European level. So we are saying to the European Commission that not only we are providing the 86% of formative success to our students, but this 86% of 62,000 students, whose 90% comes from a really unprivileged background. So as a system, we are providing an opportunity to also make VET in Europe more inclusive, also that more quality and impactful. Okay, so this was a small scale pilot towards the DB Tech Europe. But if you look at the comparison between the network of the DB Wave and the network of the Salesians Vet School, is not that small scale, no? So in this project we had 160 vet centers involved, coming from 6 European countries, representing more or less 50,000 students. 5,000 of them have been actively involved into the pilot. So this is another added value. We haven't worked for 2 years and a half among ourselves, among the experts of VET. We involved since the very beginning into the mobility charter, into the pilots into the tracking graduates. We involved the youngsters themselves as responsible of their own training process. Otherwise, this is another added value of the Salesian model of vocational training. We are not looking to something which is again top-down. We look to a really human rights-based approach into the vocational training, we may say, where the students, the youngsters themselves are the subject of what we are doing, also then final beneficiaries. So if you look at the full network that we have in Europe, we have 196 schools, as we said before, and more than 62,000 students. This pilot represented not that a small scale, but also a test for what we are going to do, hopefully, in the next future, thanks to the Don Bosco Tech Europe. So the representativeness and the geographical coverage of the project was the first added value, and let me say the main challenge that we had and we had to cope with 3 years ago when we started up working in this project. Then, secondly, we also use this project to build up strong and consistent assessment, as we said, of the state of the art. We knew that vet schools and vet systems in Europe, when we speak about Salesian of Don Bosco, were already well known. And thanks to Renato, we had plenty of opportunities to present our systems and our best practices towards the European institution. The problem is that sometimes these actors came to us and said, okay, I'm a Schneider Electric and I would like to build up some projects with you at European level. Can you say to me how many students do you have in Europe? Okay, of course I can say in Italy, but how many do you have in Europe in the electricity sector? How many of them comes from 3 years qualification or already enrolled in a 4th year higher vocational training path? We didn't know what to say. So if I would like to build up a partnership with them at national level, of course our networks were able to do that. We weren't able to present ourselves as a European system. Having the data and the statistics that Merce presented you is of utmost importance, not only for us as a system, but also outside. If you would like to build up, as we did, a community of DB Wave, which will be a community of Don Bosco Tech Europe, we have to be able to be representative, but also accountable as a future subject. And of course now we can say not only how many students graduate, calling them one by phone is not a computer software. So we call them up and we say, are you working? What kind of work are you doing? Is it in line with the study that you've done? Do you think that the approach of being in a Salesian school helped you? Or the job service offices, speaking about Piero, help you in finding a good job, a good occupation? It's not about just having a stable occupation. It's also to enable us a relevant one. So now we can say that. So having an assessment, it's having data on our network and presenting ourselves as a network, it's a core value. Then we also, as I said, used these 2 years and a half to improve and increase our performance as an organization and to align and foster exchanging among us on that issues, on that topics. We dealt about work-based learning, how to promote quality-based apprenticeship. We dealt about how to foster internationalization in our strategy and how to promote mobilities for our students and staff in a more efficient way, as Tanya presented you. So also technical and institutional capacity building. More often now, the output of this is that all our national networks, the 6 platforms that we had, in the 7 platforms that we had in the 6 countries, have their own international strategies and action plan. We performed and improved this strategy thanks to the peer review. Now, what else as a contribution? We start, this is very important, building together a shared identity when speaking about European vocational training, Salesian vocational training. So working together, as we said, it's the very starting point is very important. We used to meet and build project together since 12 years, but since 2 years and a half, we start also to build up this common identity. So as a first things that we had, speaking about the involvement of youngsters, we called up a European contest among our schools, and most particular among the graphic sectors of our schools, where we asked the students, let's design the future logo of the Don Bosco Tech Europe. It's also something to feel themselves part of something which was for them. So we developed the DB Wave logo and also the DB Tech logo, and we also developed the website of dbtecheurope.eu using the logo designed by a student who won the contest, who belonged to our vet centers in Venice. Okay, so it's Cesare Bovo, our students who designed the logo, who will be probably, we hope, the future logo of the Don Bosco Tech Europe. You may see here. So building a common identity, but then, as we said before, also building up the background, the backbone of the future network in terms of tools, concrete training materials to be offered to our youngsters and to our staff. Again, we do not want DB Tech Europe to be scaffolders and an empty network bottom-up who is made up by Salesians organizations. We would have liked to offer concrete tools for our students and staff to do, it's not an overload, not to do something more, but to do in a more structured way, in a more quality-based way, in a more relevant, more impactful way, what they're already doing. So that's why all the tools that we presented before were already thought at the beginning of the project in terms of use, exploitation by the whole network of 19 European countries. When speaking about tracking graduates and when speaking about the statistics of our vet centers and students, we thought that this is the first task that the future Don Bosco Tech Europe should be dealing with in the future. Because this is the main task of a network, that of representing and representing in the best way towards the external stakeholders, but also internal stakeholders, the realities of the centers and the students. So tracking graduates, skill assessment tool. We are in all the Salesian centers in Europe, we are really skilled in designing relevant apprenticeship patterns. Now we have, as an example, an assessment tool that our trainers and our tutors can use during work-based learning experiences. We build up a common repository also of training material. So this is, I think, the starting point where a network should be built around. A training material on internationalization, how to design a project, how to deliver quality-based methodology in VET. This is really the concrete, I think, aim of a network, that of providing to the students and staff and to the centers tools for providing quality services in VET. And then let's come to the reality. So we also aimed at working in a more structured way. We dreamt more than thought about the future Don Bosco Tech Europe, but we are also glad to present this as a further results of the DB Wave. So we arrived to design and to approve and validate by the Salesian congregation a strategy, a concrete strategy for the Don Bosco Tech Europe. Yesterday we had a meeting with the Salesian provincials just to present them this strategy and this idea of Don Bosco Tech Europe. Again, in the final report, which is already uploaded into the DB Tech Europe website, you will have also the presentation of the strategy attached with the objectives and results. So now I'm just telling you in a few seconds which are the core parts of this objective. Then you will have, I just invite you to browse the website and to read it carefully if you are more interested in deepening it. So we presented this strategy, which again moves from the background analysis and from the outputs that we already produce in these 2 years and a half. It's not something which design a future idea. It's grounded on the floor. What we already have achieved in these 2 years and a half, how the way we achieved, the results achieved, helped us understand what DB Tech Europe should look like and what DB Tech Europe should really provide in terms of added value for our centers. We said we started up also a question and an assessment asking to our directors, what do you expect from this network? How do you think this network can really go into directions of helping you in doing what you promote your internationalization? So in the proposal you may read the mission, the vision, and also the core values of the upcoming networks, but also the long-term strategy, which has already been designed, and this is really, I think, a good output, especially thinking about the 2 years and a half, which is not that much time to work on that. So which will be the future objectives of the network. That will be deal with internationalization, professional and technical support for vet staff development, openness, inclusiveness and excellence of Salesian vet systems, relevance of the vet systems, strategic alliances and partnerships. So again, we are speaking also about innovation in vet. Advocacy and awareness raising and network building. Then for each of these objectives, we also designed and outlined core activities which may give you a more concrete idea on when, as an example, speaking about internationalization, what we have to do at European level as a DB Tech Europe. Again, all of our centers, speaking about the first as an example objective, are already skilled with European Erasmus Plus mobilities. So which is the added value that as a Don Bosco Tech Europe we can provide? This is a clear example on how we see the network. So it's not an overload. We're already doing mobilities. The tips, the hints that we're going as a network is exactly what Tanya explained to you. If I have to organize mobility at bilateral level, I can reach a certain amount of mobility. If as a CrossFab Federation, which represents 60 centers in Italy, I can do it at national level, I reach higher amount of students that can go in mobilities. If I do it at European level, thanks to the European Mobility Charter, I can not only enhance the numbers, the pure numbers of students and staff in mobility in Europe, I can not only enhance the quality of the cooperation among us, but I can also be able to give the possibility to the small center, as an example, or to the students who do not have a mobility charter, to make an experience who can change their life. So again, the Don Bosco Tech Europe is not just a simple sum of the national possibilities that we have. We saw through the mobility, to the European Charter Mobility, that working together, we will increase the possibilities, not only in terms of number, but also in terms of quality, and the possibilities that we will be able to offer to our students. This is the idea of Don Bosco Tech Europe. It's not that much a structure, but a coordination among ourselves, which will be representative and also responsive towards European stakeholders outside the Salesian network, involving a wide community of VET stakeholders. We will be speaking about the COVIs and the ideas of COVIs this afternoon. This is a clear example. So this is how we see the Don Bosco Tech Europe. In internationalization, it's a clear example, but we can say the same thing as an example for professional and technical staff support. So the aim of this network should be, like we have done in these 2 years and a half, continue to offer to our staff and managers and project designers and tutors and educators the possibility to meet and exchange. Because again, whatever we will be producing as a network should be grounded on the floor, should be the outcome of a process of peer learning. This is the core methodology that we used in this project. And this is what DB Tech Europe should continue to foster and to increase also in terms of number of opportunities provided. The same openness, inclusiveness and excellence of Salesian VET systems. Again, when we speak about Salesian vocational education and training, we are not speaking only about numbers. We are speaking about an idea of an educational model for our youngsters. So we have to continue working, designing projects together which are particularly addressed to our target. Again, which are our targets? The youngsters, with particular regard to the most marginalized and vulnerable ones. And we have to endorse this approach of letting them actively be engaged in our project, thanks to also the DB Tech Europe. We are already doing it at national level. At European level, we will do it in a more efficient, in a more relevant way, and also we will reach a higher impact in terms of our aim. Relevance of that system to the educative project. Also, we have to support our centers to endorse this educative system. So if there is something that characterizes in Europe the Salesian vocational training systems, we are also, thanks to the involvement of the Youth Ministry Department, to let this Don Bosco Tech Europe represent a link between the Salesian family and the centers in terms of really being able to design and mainstream in the VET provisions this educative model. Again, strategic alliances and partnership. What we will be able, the example of Schneider, I've done it before, what we will be able to reach at national level, compared with what we will be able for our students to offer at European level, should be the added value provided by Don Bosco Tech Europe. Building up European schemes of apprenticeships with our partners enterprise in Europe should be really the plus that we expect from this network. We already piloted this in the mobility schemes, but our networks received in these 2 years plenty of offers from the enterprises who were interested not only in offering apprenticeship to national students, but to do it at European level. So that's why DB Wave trying to explore how European schemes of cooperation like the Mobility Charter, European Mobility Charter was so impactful and so useful for the upcoming network, because we piloted a way to work together and to design common schemes of cooperation which could be coordinated by this future network. Most important, advocacy and awareness raising. So we worked really hard, and thanks again to all the partners, to build up this DB Wave community, because we are not yet satisfied to increase and improve the way we work together as a European partners. We also would have liked that the way we intend vocational training, the voices of our youth and the models of vocational training can contribute to provide a concrete added value also to the European policy agenda. But in order to be that, we have to be also able to speak with one voice as a system towards, as an example, the European Commission, or we have to be able to build up as a concrete partner project, as an example with EFTA, with Julia, we will be speaking later on that, or with Don Bosco Tech Africa. And we can't do this as a single center. So also building up an advocacy strategy, once that we can present ourselves as a network, is of utmost importance. Not only because we would like to say to the European agenda how vocational training should be done, but because this is the only way to bring the voices of our youngsters and to let these voices be heard also by the political agenda. Sometimes we see advocacy as a really long-term or really theoretical things, but I can assure you that it is really practical. The debates, the processes that the European Commission is promoting in Europe as far as vocational training is concerned are looking for providers who can bring their added value, their vision, their values on vocational training, to let them impact on what would be the future opportunities and the future policies that the European Commission will promote. So having a strong Don Bosco Tech Europe, who will be able, thanks also to DBI, to present the system and the vision, the Salesian vision of vocational training center and vocational training, also towards the stakeholders of the VET ecosystem, it's another important issue. So again, this is according to us what Don Bosco Tech Europe should be dealing with. Again, not a superstructure who would give an overload to our directors, which already are really full-time engaged for their youngsters, but something which would be facilitating their work and offering our youngster more opportunities to not only find a job, but to realize the full social and professional inclusion, let's say, in Europe. Just a few words about the process. So now we worked 2.5 years also with all the external Salesian schools, external to the DB Wave, and also to the provincials, to design this idea of Don Bosco Tech Europe. We arrive at the moment now that we presented the full strategy with aims, missions, and lines of activities, as we said, in April. We expect by next December to have the establishment of the Don Bosco Tech Europe. Hopefully we will help our Salesian family to work on that. But we know that we are not yet more speaking about the future. We are quite sure that we are speaking about the reality. So thank you so much for this moment, and we do hope that Don Bosco Tech Europe will come into the future. But now, speaking about the reality, we can, of course, increase this strategy, improve it, also taking advantage from the lessons learned from the existing VET networks who started up their process a few years ago, maybe. Same processes, same needs. I think Father TJ would say same expectations for our youngsters, and we can learn from the results they already achieved in Africa. We will hear in a moment, but also at European level with EFTA, with other networks. We hope that we can learn from them. So that's why now I'm passing the floor to Father TJ, and please, Father TJ, let us know your experience as a network. Thank you.
close. Okay. Okay. Still good afternoon now, I think. Yeah, good afternoon. Yes. Thank you for this opportunity to be here to present Don Bosco Tech Africa to you. It's more of, let's say, I would be sharing a little bit how we are structured, a little bit of the history, and I think at the end of it all, what we are doing and what lessons we have learned from Don Bosco Tech Africa. Actually, you can see our logo right on the corner there. As Ivan said, it was also a long process by the time we came up with a logo. Yeah. Now, if you see on the slide here, you will see somehow how we are structured. We are there under the Youth Ministry office in Rome, as well as the regional. So we have those two arrows coming onto our logo there. And in Africa, we have currently 13 provinces and 3 delegations. Again, in total, about 106 Tibet centers in 34 different countries, and 3 major language groups: English, French, and Portuguese. Yeah. And then, of course, our head office is in Nairobi. This is somehow our structure. Of course, you have right on top Director Major and the Council, who have been very, very supportive of Don Bosco Tech Africa right from its starting. And then we have what we call the general body or the honors. There is CHIVAM. CHIVAM is the Provincials Conference for Africa and Madagascar. So there is the CHIVAM that is guiding us, and annually I also attend the meeting of CHIVAM and present our reports, our plans, and even certain cases where we need to get approvals, we get it from the Conference of the Provincials, which is called CHIVAM. And then we also have a board, DB Tech board, quite big, and bringing in different people. We have the regional superior also in the board. The board chairperson is normally the provincial of East Africa province, and also the treasurer is the economer. It's also for the sake of functionality to have some of these board people close to you. And I, as executive director, I'm also the secretary to the board. And then we have 3 representatives from the 3 language zones. They are again appointed by the provincials in CHIVAM. So the English group, French group, and the Portuguese group. And then we have 1 more provincial in the board who is in charge of youth ministry in the region. So that's somehow the composition of our board. And then, of course, right in the middle, you have really the DBTA executive, meaning the executive office. Then, of course, finally it comes down to the province youth ministry delegate, the province TVET representative, and the province job service officer. And of course, from the youth ministry, there is also the link to the office of the economer and the PDOs. And then finally, we come down to the training centers. Vision and mission, it's a continental body network transforming the lives of the marginalized young. And our main mission is to empower the training centers We really don't reach down to the student level, but at the training center level, so that they are really able to give or bring out quality workforce for the needs of the labor market. Now, if you look at our long process, our history, it's also good for you to know we took long time to come up with Don Bosco Tech Africa, and I will just go through it very fast because also time. The idea came in 2004, quite long, by the provincials, and once the provincials had that idea, I would say why they had it, it will come later. There was a small meeting that was convened in 2004, and somehow I also was part of that. I don't know how it happened, but then afterwards I was out of it for long. That was in Johannesburg, South Africa. Then everything went quiet till 2010, it's almost 6 years. And then again it was sort of revived, still a bit quiet again. 2012 only really something happened. I think even Ivan started his involvement into DB Tech Africa from 2012. There was a meeting in Addis, and then that was when a committee was set up, a study was commissioned to really visit our training centers and to come up with a report and the needs, and that's how finally in 2014 DB Tech Africa was officially launched. Then of course even it was not an easy process because it was, I think I was the only man in the whole of DB Tech, and it took a bit of time trying even to develop our strategic plan, registering it also as an international NGO, and only in 2017 really that we even began to have some projects and started fully functioning. And then of course from 2018 we started also our annual general meetings. Then the office also was kind of moving from one place to another in Nairobi because as it was becoming bigger. And in 2019 something big happened was we really commissioned a big labor market survey for the whole continent, and it was a big job because it involved like 25 countries. So finally we came out with a continental report as well as individual country reports, which was sort of helping us to see where we should have our direction and what exactly we should do to meet the labor market demands. Then of course we have in 2019 we also developed our second strategy plan, which was for 2020 to 24. Then EU exchange program that we had, and DBTA was one of the main partners in Africa. And 2020, okay, we had a few publications, we started working on quality and all that, yeah. So that's how our history was, a long history. Huh? Yeah, of course now I said yes, the need came originally from the provincials. So basically it's a creation of Chivam, the provincials, and they still remain like our guardians, owners. And then we have these 106 training centers in 34 countries and registered as an NGO. Now, why did the provincials think of a network at that time? Two main problems they saw. One was lack of qualified personnel, especially Salesian personnel. One thing keeping in mind also the decline in Salesian brother vocations, and very few, like even, earlier the technical training centers used to be run by brothers, and really there was a drop. And then, okay, there were a few clerics or priests interested, but they were not really qualified to neither, let's say, in professional skills or managerial skills. So that was a big issue. And the second was, of course, lack of financial resources. In Europe, you're lucky. There is quite a bit of government support, the European Union support. Not in Africa. In Africa, probably out of the 34 countries, we have just 3 or 4 countries where the governments support TVET or even education or pay salaries or whatever. In all the other countries, the training center has to look for its own resources to run the training center, to run the trainings, pay the salaries, maintain the place, everything. So, and earlier, when the missionaries came, they also brought in lots of resources, lots of funding. But then the provincials are beginning to see that the funding was reducing and you really need to make our centers self-sufficient at a local level. Sustainability part. So, really, we have to start working on that. And then later on, a third reason also came up. And someone mentioned it already here, that of the change in technology. 65% of the children now, the current children, will end up in jobs that do not exist. They still do not exist. So, it's the fast change in technology, yes. Now, this is like somehow, let's say, Don Bosco Tech Africa, theory of change and way forward. Down there, you will see the basis, the base. Of course, the support systems, you will see. Then the inputs, outputs, and the outcome. Now, the pink one on the right there, you will see it all looks at, okay, the beginning down is the support systems. On the right there, you have the personnel management, let's say. Get our people trained in personnel management. And on the left, the greenish one or bluish one, you will see on financial and other resources. Now, at the end of it all, where we are going up to is, yes, make our TVET affordable, accessible, and qualitative TVET for the marginalized young people. Now, right in the middle, you have DB Tech and our role to support the whole system on either side. So that's really our theory of change and way forward, and how do we do it. Okay, we are also right in the middle. If you see, to achieve these, we really we are trying to help our training centers to do the plannings. Now, out of 13, we have reached somehow like 9 provinces with TVET strategic plans. Well, of course, now we are trying to accompany them as well in the implementation part of it as well. Some of the major projects that we are currently having, one of these, the main one is with this rounds here on the globe. We call it the global program from the German Federal Ministry. That is quite big, covering around 11 countries. Then we have something on solar from the Swiss Procure. Below that again, social structure fund project. That's the second part of it, covering all the provinces and vice provinces and delegations, again from the German Federal Ministry. We have something on child safeguarding and protection, and finally the SAM project. So those are the major projects that are running. And some of our goals and priority areas. Of course, the most important is building the human resource capacity, and we have worked quite a lot on it, and the recently concluded one was in collaboration with the ITC ILO of Turin. We have trained something like about 360 center management people, basically covering all our training centers in Africa. The second one is bridge the infrastructure and knowledge gap, basically modernization. Third is quality standards, which is, we are just beginning that process, a big process, and we are right below there. And so we have to really start building up from right down there. So it's a big process again. Safeguarding and protecting the environment. In other words, we will call it green TVET. Promote networking, Yes, Ivan has already spoken quite a lot about it, and also advocacy for the marginalized young people. Quite a bit of publications, policies, surveys, reports, and I'm not going to go reading all of it. But these are again resources that can be shared among all of us. You see, that's something of the advantage of having these networks. Yeah. And we have quite a lot of partners and donors and collaborators. I don't know how I've got the French title there, but then you can see quite a lot there. Yeah. Again, I'm not going to read them also because of time. Yeah. Now, I'm coming to my last 3 slides where like advantages of having this Don Bosco Tech Africa network. First and foremost, I would say better opportunities for graduates and graduates being part of a big brand. You know, a certificate, if it has got the Don Bosco Tech logo, that should be a key that opens the doors for them anywhere. And that was just Don Bosco Tech Africa. Now think of Don Bosco Tech worldwide. And we are actually moving to that. We have already had quite a few online meetings with the Youth Ministry Department in Rome, coming together of Don Bosco Tech ASEAN, Don Bosco Tech India, Don Bosco Tech Africa, and Miguel was there with Tech Don Bosco Spain, but looking at Don Bosco Tech Europe and Don Bosco Tech Americas, who are still sort of trying to come up with a Don Bosco Tech. Yeah. Better funding opportunities, especially when you are a big network. People are interested in you, interested in working with you, and they see much more of reliability there, much more of ownership, much more of transparency, all that they see there. Better opportunities. Let's see the case of, let's say, like a SAM project that we are having. It was, let's say, it's a pilot project of the European Union. But then, looking at Africa, they could not find another network that was so big and spread all over Africa. And straight away, went for Don Bosco Tech Africa. Yeah. World Skills, for example. I don't know if you are aware of World Skills. Yeah. Somehow we work together quite a bit. We are invited to all the World Skills competitions. Now even the World Skills, they are piloting another teacher training program for us in Uganda, in our schools. So we are really building a good partnership with World Skills. Higher funding opportunities. Now the amounts become big. Okay, there are more funding opportunities and also amounts. Like the global program that we are having with German Federal Ministry, it's 6.6 million euro. 6.6 million euro for like 3 years. So opportunities, the amounts grow. Sharing of resources, I already mentioned. Easy to create TVET awareness. You know, like even in Africa, the aspect of awareness was so low. But then with the coming of DB Tech Africa, with all the meetings, with all our activities around, the awareness has really, really gone up, and the interest created also has gone up. Creation of what we call the critical mass, so better bargaining power. We are a greater force. We get let's say involved into other, called in to be part of certain other networks and so on. Greater advocacy power, creation of resources through sharing of experiences. You know, some of the manuals that we have developed, they have come from the ground level. We are like the job service officers manual. Yes, they are clear experiences, but then we are able to bring them together because of the network. Networking opportunities. We are in the TVET cluster of the African Union. We are members. We are members of the life skills cluster of the African Union. So we have really got into the African Union offices as well. Any opportunities for funding, immediately African Union informs us, you see. With the industries, we are able to, with the huge multinational industries, we are able to sign MOUs as a network and then link them up to different countries, to different centers. But of course, they will sign a local MOU, but then based on the network MOU. With governments, we have been also doing quite a bit of trainings for our job service officers from the various countries on advocacy, getting them to go out there and start negotiating with the governments, industries, and so on. Now, easy to scale up and replicate programs. Okay, you have done something in one country. Yes, it's so easy to take it to another country from the experience learned. We avoid a duplication of donor efforts. You know, one part of the continent, you have the same program going. Another side, okay, you are trying to start all over again. Okay, so that's on some of the advantages that I have seen. Some of the lessons learned. First is patience, and I think it's good for us and good for you as well. It takes time, and then we really need to be patient. Importance of communication process and channels, which I hope you have already defined for yourselves, but that is something big. And for us, one important thing was recognizing the role of the provincial and keep him informed or seek permissions. Somehow in the Salesian structure, the provincial is the boss. We need to accept that. And keeping him informed and permissions, and of course you have already started doing that, and that's so important. You can't just go and begin something in a province without letting him know, or in some other cases having his permission. Yes. Keep people informed of our efforts. Use the province structures to implement activities and do coordination work. You know, if you go to create something new, yes, you may be blocked there. But we already have quite a bit of structures there. The Youth Ministry Office, the PDO's Office, the Economist's Office, Province TVET Coordinator, Province Job Service Office, etc. Now some of these, actually when we started, we created the two offices, the Province TVET Coordinator and the Province Job Service Offices, province level. That was created by DB Tech. Then we found that still the impact is poor because somehow they do not have the power, because somehow they don't get representation or heard in the provincial council, for example. That's how we brought in the youth ministry delegate into our meetings, into our communication, into our work. And work within the mandate and have a clear mandate. You know, that's important. And then trust the lay people and keep them involved in the whole process. The last one is challenges. Of course, we have this low esteem for TVET, which I think you also have it here. Preference for white-collar jobs compared to the blue-collar jobs. Low interest for TVET among Salesians. That's a big problem. Lack of qualified Salesians in professional skills as well as managerial skills. Lack of qualified staff, poor communication, lack of reliable data and reluctance to communicate it. Now you were lucky because you already have quite a few systems already in place. Every country had somebody looking after TVET or education sector, every province. Hey, we were far away from that, yes. Lack of funding for TVET, I already mentioned it, governments just don't support us. Lack of support from governments, donor conditions, own contributions, which really sometimes put us down. Lack of exposure to modern technology, lack of proper systems and procedures in training centers. That's where I was speaking also of the quality systems and all that. So these are some of the big challenges that we are facing. And this is where we work. All the list is there. graphical representation, and Africa, the different provinces in Africa, you will see, including some new provinces that were created. And thank you very much. Yeah.
Thanks, Father TJ. I think that we can really learn from these lessons. But now, really, I would like to pass the floor to Julia to also learn from another important experience, one of the most important that we have in Europe as far as vet networks is concerned. Thanks, Julia. Oops.
Thank you very much. Yeah, there is a mistake in the first slide, sorry. Anyway, well, I would tend to say good morning because for us Italians, afternoon starts after lunch, but I know that we are already in the afternoon. So good afternoon to everyone. My name is Giulia Mesquino. I am the Secretary General and Director of the European Vocational Training Association, and I've been asked by my colleagues here to tell you a little bit about my organization, about our story, and about what we do at the European level, also in terms of cooperations with the other networks to represent vocational education and training providers and stakeholders. Before going a little bit into the dynamics of what we do, I would like to share with you some information about the network. So EFTA, as I said, European Vocational Training Association, is one of the most well-known networks at the European level. We were established in the 90s. I don't know if FVET is the oldest one, because as far as I know, EFTA was established in the 97, but out of a cooperation project called Euro Qualification, which started years before and was foreseeing the involvement of several training providers at the national level that promoted this project of mobility. So international mobility was already a topic at that time. In the Euro Qualification project, these providers started to provide some trainings, specific trainings to their learners to allow them to go and have their experiences abroad. So after this first cooperation, they decided to set up this permanent framework for cooperation, and that's how EFTA was established as an European NGO, actually as an Association Internationale Sans But Lucratif, because we are registered in Belgium. But yeah, it's an international European NGO. Our main mission is to facilitating the relationships between the stakeholders that are active in the field of VET, which means that we are not only aiming at representing vocational education and training providers as such, but we are aiming at representing all those realities that are involved in the vocational education and training sector and that are cooperating in order to have an impact on the sector and on the new jobs that Father TJ was also mentioning before. We see each other as an ecosystem because of this diversification of actors involved. And we try to facilitate these contacts among the stakeholders. We try to facilitate cooperation, exchange of good practices, because we strongly believe that we can only have an impact if we work all together and if we raise our voice all together. I go fast just to tell you something about our objectives and our main pillars of activities. EFTA in the last years has devoted towards the objectives of excellence and quality and internationalization. We have started working on the topic of excellence in 2015. We came up with our own concept of excellence. We wanted to develop a label for VET providers in order to show their excellence. At that time it was a little bit too ambitious for us, so we dropped a little bit the idea of a pure label, but The work that we have done on the topic of excellence has helped the European Commission to set the basis of the work that they are doing now with the Centers of Vocational Excellence. Together with the other networks, because I didn't mention that EFTA is also part of other platforms. We are founding members of the Lifelong Learning Platform, and we are also founding members of the VET4U2 platform. And this one, this last is very important because it foresees the cooperation of all the 6 networks at the European level representing vocational education and training and higher education. And for example, to give you some names, EVBB, FVET, UProVET, URASHE, UCAN, we all together, we are part of this VET4U2 platform. And I'm mentioning this here because in terms of quality and excellence, together we have been able to have an impact on the Commission and to bring our own idea, our own concept of excellence to the attention of the European institutions. A lot of what is now as the basis of the idea of excellence and quality for the European Commission is something that we have managed to pass as an information, because the idea is that networks like EFTA, EVBB, FVET act as intermediary body among the grassroots level and the institutional level. So we basically transfer messages from our members to the in policy making level. But coming to also the other topic that we are quite involved in, internationalization. Internationalization for us means not only giving to our members the opportunity to participate in European projects, it can't be only that. For sure it's a part of it. But internationalization means also giving our members the capacity to be involved in international activities, so transferring information on international activities, but also transferring competencies, because we know that not all the organization, especially the smallest one, and someone was mentioning this before, they don't have internal resources, or they don't have the exact resources in their organization in order to go international. So internationalization for us means this, means also representativeness, means also networking. And you can see this in my next slide. This is our new strategical approach. It's very summarized here. But just to give you an idea, we are going to present this officially next week during our General Assembly. So it's something that, I mean, I'm disclosing some information that are quite precious at the moment. Basically, we are going to structure our activities in 3 pillars. The first one is related to representativeness, visibility, and networking, not only in a top-down perspective, but also in an horizontal perspective, which means that we are not aiming only at representing our members, at giving our members visibility towards the European institutions or the policy authorities, but also giving them the opportunity to know their peers in the other countries, because this can allow them to establish contacts for cooperation, to establish, to exchange practices, and to put in place those dynamics of peer-to-peer learning. The second pillar goes more into the policy dialogue with a more proactive perspective in terms of developing our specific position on certain topics. We have always been involved in European expert groups, in European working groups, and we have always tried to bring the needs and the expectations of our members in this kind of context. We want to do this even more, but in a more proactive way, proposing also our own in working groups and our own expert groups. The third pillar, it's more devoted to capacity building in order to support our members with some technical competencies in some specific area. It can be related to project management, but also to policy advocacy and other kind of activities. And for sure, tools and best practices that can be developed under this pillar to be put at disposal of all our members and partners. But now I want to give you some more information because I think that it's very related to what have been discussed before, and it's very related to your DB Wave project. Because under the same call that was launched by the European Commission and that granted your DB Wave project, we have been submitted successfully our VENANCE project. VENANCE stands for Vet European Networking Enhancement. It was submitted under the Lot 2 for umbrella organizations, and it was the only project approved under that lot. As you can see, it foresees the involvement of all the European networks that I was mentioning before, plus 4 national vet providers, plus 5 associated partners, and Don Bosco International is one of those associated partners. EFTA is leading the project. The main aim is strengthening the cooperation within the framework of the Vet4U2 platform. Namely the cooperation with the other European networks representing vet and higher education. And we are doing that by carrying out some activities like developing webinars in English and national languages, developing peer learning reviews, publishing Vet Gazette, a collection of articles coming from different countries in Europe on specific topics. There are a lot of activities in this project, but I'm not here to describe all of them. What I wanted to tell you, and I think that this is a very good reflection for also for you, for your ambition to build your DB Tech Europe network. When we designed the VENANCE project, we started by considering 4 main challenges at the European level related to vocational education and training. Our first one was more related to representativeness, because we noticed that at the European level we are quite strong, but sometimes there are some weaknesses at the regional and national level, and we that are at the European level struggle a little bit in supporting our stakeholders at the regional and national level because of the differences that we have in Europe for the vet systems. There is another challenge that was the one about intermediation and direct access, because now in the era of internet, a lot of information can be found online, but how can we be sure that those information are reliable? So we were considering networks like EFTA, and the main question was, can we be considered still relevant in this kind of scenario where the access to the information is so direct? Another challenge was the one related to the sustainability of all the outcomes that we produce through cooperation, especially in the framework of European funded projects. We have a lot of tools, we have a lot of good practices. Sometimes they remain a little bit related to the period of eligibility of the project. Some of these good practices don't find sustainability because, of course, there are no funding to give sustainability, and if it's not up to the coordinator or to the partnership to give sustainability, these tools, websites, platforms, they end up in being put aside, although sometimes they're very, very qualitative. Last challenge that we have identified is the one related to the language issue. We use English as a viable language, but with English, sometimes we don't manage to reach out to the very grassroots level. There are a lot of trainers that sometimes would like to be more involved in international activities, but given to the language barrier, they cannot be involved. And this is another challenge that we have identified. So basically, what we have found in the project is that, for example, related to the first challenge, We set the objectives that we wanted to update and improving the value of the service provided by the network in terms of representativeness. And we wanted to enhance the quality and attractiveness of vocational education and training at national and transnational level. So we have designed a series of activities in order to do so. Peer learning, especially related to excellence and quality, webinars aiming at supporting the widespread of the topic of excellence by providing also examples, concrete examples and good practices. Also a lot of networking activities. For example, next week during the framework of our General Assembly, we will be also developing an activity called Directors Meeting for Excellence, where we will give to a number of directors from training centers the possibility to network and to deepen the knowledge of the concept of quality and excellence and establish contacts for new partnerships. So we set up an action plan around this topic of representativeness. We also conducted actually a desk research that led to the publishing of a roadmap to support underrepresented countries to become more international and more visible at European level. We focused our research on the Balkan countries. So if you are interested, you can find this publication online on our website. The second challenge, and yeah, basically, oh, sorry. I'm afraid there is a, well, it's not a problem. Intermediation. As I was saying before, we still see the role of networks like EFTA relevant at European level because being part of a network is like being part of a club. This is a discussion that I was having with Ivan before. It's difficult sometimes to measure the return on the investment of being member of a network because it's something that you can assess only in a long term, in a medium long term period and in an indirect way. Organizations that are members of networks and become members because they think that they can have a direct advantage, especially a direct economic advantage, they approach the idea of being part of a network in the wrong sense, in my opinion. Being part of a network gives the opportunity to learn more about practices, to have direct information, to be more represented at the European level or at the international level. And this is beneficial because it can lead to an increase in terms of quality for the training provision, an increase in terms of contacts and dynamics that can be put in place in order to be more represented. Capitalization of the work done. This was, we basically what we did with this, and it's very interesting, we are trying to give more visibility to some tools that we have developed with past projects. There is one in particular that is called Solity. It's a project that we have developed together, some of our members, and that's aimed at building a self-assessment tool for measuring the impact of VET providers on the social community where they operate. So basically, it's a tool that every VET provider, every VET center can fill in, and they have sort of a snapshot of their performances in terms of several indicators. I'm not going into details because it can take the whole afternoon and it won't be even enough. But for example, with our Venance project, together with the other networks, we are putting this tool at the availability of all those that are interested. We are giving to the tool more visibility because the tool has been embedded into the VET4U2 platform and not only in our EFTA website. And we are translating also this tool in all the European languages, which means that can be filled in by all centers in Europe. And this is the idea of giving sustainability to the previous work done, to collecting tools and best practices and making them visible, first of all, because sometimes they are still there, but they are difficult to be found. So this is a little bit the role of networks, also facilitating the access to the information. And finally, the language issue. Although we cannot really skip English as the main viable language, we tried to develop some activities in national languages in order to give the opportunity to a lot of people, trainers, teachers, and other stakeholders that are not fluent in English to be involved in some activities and some activities at the international level. In particular, what we did, we developed a series. We are developing. The project is still ongoing. A series of webinars in national languages. On specific topics related to the national context. We had webinars in Hungarian, in Spanish, in Portuguese. We are going to have a webinar in Italian soon. It will be in June about the topic of micro-credentials. So if you're interested, those of you that are that speak Italian and are interested in the topic, you can register to the platform and follow the webinar. We are also publishing a vet gazette, which is in English, but I'm mentioning this because the publication is going to be out very soon. This third topic is focused on sustainability, although the second one was focused on social inclusion, the first on work-based learning. All this information can be found on our Vet42 hub and website. And if you want more information on the project in general, you can ask me or you can follow our social media. All of this to say that networks at the European level have a lot of possibilities to be visible and to support the grassroots level. As I said at the beginning of the presentation, we think that raising our voice together, it gives much more sense and it has a bigger impact instead of acting as individual entities. So that's the idea of being part of a network. And that is also the approach that we are using together with our colleagues from the other networks. So that's my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention, and I am available for further questions if you have.
I really want to thank you, Julia and Father TJ, our international guest, for bringing their precious experience. I think that when speaking about big networks and relevant networks, their experience, the lessons learned and the results produced so far would really contribute to the understanding and to the dialogue that we will be having towards the DB Tech Europe. So really, thank you so much again. Okay, I think that now we can go lunching. It's 20 past 11. We can have 1 hour break, have our lunch, drink our coffee, so that in the afternoon we can meet at 20 minutes past 2 and start the last sessions, which will be really concrete. So it will be a practical example on a typology of project that DB Tech Europe and all the actors of the vet ecosystems can work together. So have a good lunch and we'll be back in 1 hour. Thank you. Thank you. C'è andata perfetta, quarto d'ora. Okay, thank you so much. I'm just leave you my DPI because I can't stand it anymore. So just while speaking, I will do it without mask. Welcome back to the afternoon session. So this afternoon, our intention was to make an internal capacity building, first of all, on an important initiative that the European Commission took up already 3 years ago. And moving from this initiative of the Center of Vocational Excellence, so we'll shortly explain in few words what is this COVIS about, initiative about. We will also enter into the a possible project that we as a DB Wave community, but I hope also as a community in the future DB Tech Europe could take on. This is the first maybe example on how a network, a European-wide network like Tech Don Bosco, like the European one we are building up, can be an added value in particular relevant initiatives like this one. So we already have the one who was in Madrid in October, a training on the COVIS initiatives. So you may already know what it's about, which are the aims, but just to refresh a bit what we said in Madrid, then we will be entering into the backbone of the project. We are going to work together. I also hope with Julia and Marcus, who from AVBB. Marcus could not attend this afternoon session because it doesn't feel that much better. But anyway, we will be working anyway on the project, notwithstanding the fact that he's not here at the moment. So a few words about the initiative of the European Commission called European Centers of Vocational Excellence. So basically, which is the idea, which is the rationale behind this model of cooperation into the vocational training system? Why the European Commission would look for regional networks of cooperation involving all the European stakeholders, and most of all, which are the main differences, which characterize the COVIS initiatives, which with comparison as an example with other models like the strategic alliances or the knowledge alliances, which are other two initiatives of the European Commission. So basically, the idea of the Center of Vocational Excellence is that of bringing together all the stakeholders of the so-called VET ecosystem. Which is a VET ecosystem? A VET ecosystem is like a cluster, so you may imagine a vocational cluster model whose objective is to bring together joined up forces in order to co-design relevant joined up services leading to social vocational integration and employment. Why a multi-actor Center of Vocational Excellence? Why a shared multi-actor governance in this system? Because on my now vocational training is no more a mere matter of finding a job. It's about providing lifelong learning services, going towards the full, as we said, social and vocational inclusion of the beneficiary, of the young person, but also of adult under this lifelong learning perspective. So then the services to be provided as no more just the training courses, but the training courses should be flanked by all the, in an optical of, as I said, joined up integrated services, by orientation, by guidance, by social inclusion services. And of course, in order to deliver these services, we need a multi-actor partnerships who work together and cooperate to not only deliver, but also co-design these services. And again, which is the difference, main difference between this kind of initiative and, as an example, the strategic alliances? Is that this kind of, for the first time, this kind of network, the European Commission asked for being hooked up to the regional background. So they didn't want to, again, to promote higher top-down alliances. They really would like to, the local actors, the one who really work on the ground at grassroots levels, to join together and design something which could impact at system level, but at the same time it's hooked up at the regional development policies. Because the services that must be provided must be sustainable in time. So one of the tasks of these COVEs should be not only designing multi-services frameworks of cooperation, but also to keep it sustainable through embedding them into regional policies, into regional development processes. Then, of course, the European Commission also asked to a macro level of coordination of these regional COVEs, because they need also to align standards, to align methodologies, as we saw with the DB Wave, to share knowledge and expertise in order to improve the quality of services. But the first topic of these COVEs is to be regional and hooked up to the local ongoing regional processes in order to be sustainable, in order to be also reliable as a center of vocational excellence. This is when you heard about this word excellence, some years ago we may think that it relates with higher grades of vocational training. I was really glad to reading for the first time 3 years ago the initiative by the European Commission about COVEs, because the idea and the concept of excellence is quite close to what we intend as a Salesian expert of the vocational training with excellence. So not higher level of education, not only at least higher level of education, but quality also for basic education, quality for basic vocational training, and impactful and relevant services for the vulnerable youth at whatever grades of education and training. This is quite a Salesian concept, isn't it, no? So this is the concept of COVE. Barely here you may see all the typology of services that in optic of a joined up approach could be co-design and deliver. So you go from the anticipation of skills and for the new professions and the update and alignment between training offer and market demand. You go to the innovation, so the incubators for innovation and alliances for innovation. Then together with the market actors, you can go and design apprenticeship schemes which are relevant also to the local market tissue. So that this is the advantage of a COVE like an idea. So you may understand how a COVE it's in a small scale a cluster made up of pieces of joint actors who work together on separate services, but at the end, they have to work together also to integrate this list of services in order to provide the most holistic education and employment services for the young people. So this is giving more, again, is not increasing the work that they are already doing, but enhancing the cooperation among them and the quality of the service that they will produce by working together. Alone, I'm not able to design complete vet patterns, which is going also to flank the social integration of the young people, because I'm a vet center. More often I do not have all the human resources inside my center, so I have to find out and build partnership with those actors, social platforms of the Salesians, who already do it by mission. But the social platform as well are not always have the competence inside to understand how to promote quality employment, so they need us. The same with the market actors. They have, of course, their mission. They want to produce. They want skilled personnel, but in order to have skilled personnel, we have to co-design together the school-to-work transition patterns. Otherwise, we will producing qualified people who doesn't match their request, or they will assume, they will employ, enroll, take on youngsters who do not have the qualifications who need to do the tasks they would like to do. So this is the COVE approach. Just a few key words about these guidelines. As I said, the difference between the COVE and the other alliances is the bottom-up approach. So first of all, work at local level. Then also align yourself at top-down. Another one key issue is the learner-centered holistic approach. Learner-centered holistic approach means that you do not have to produce a chart of services. You have been able to work together with your partners to tailor methodologies, provisions, content, basing on the typology of the learners that we have in front of us. Again, it's a Salesian approach. We know that it doesn't exist a one-size-fits-all solutions when designing VET provisions or where helping or flanking a youngster toward his personal and professional development. So this is a clear topic of the COVE's approach. Then again, working with the skills ecosystem. We, in our centers, we may say that most of us, though we do not know and we do not name Center of Vocational Excellence, we have this kind of model of cooperation. We already have enterprises, social partners, because we have social partners inside our family, international organizations, NGOs, and third sector associations who work together. Because for us, as we said before, vocational training is not just finding a job, but it's building up a route, a pattern. So we are already doing this, but we have to do it together. This is, again, like for DB Tech Europe, this is the challenge that we have. This is the other key word that I would like to suggest to you when thinking about COVE. We talk about this in Madrid. This is systemic approach. What does it mean? It means this is why they ask us to be rooted and to be hooked up at regional level to the local development process. Because they said, notwithstanding the fact that you are acting at local level, at regional level, or at European level, you have to be able at the end of your work, once the project is ended up, to have an impact on the system. On the system, in this case, on the system of vocational and education. The official one. So in order to have this kind of impact, also when thinking to project design, and project management approach, we had a training on that, if you remember, on systemic approach. It must be changed also the way we approach to design a project. So we have not, when you have to assess the background, the needs analysis, and the problems leading to the design of a strategy according to the logical framework approach, for those of you who are familiar with this, when dealing with systemic approach, you have to take into consideration not only the problems of your students or on the young people, but of all the people which are inherent or insisting inside within the ecosystem. So you have to think at system level. Why? Because in that way, the strategy that you will be designing will be most likely to have the smaller, but the impact at system level. So I analyze the systems, I see what does it work, what does not work. I see how, together with my partners at regional level or even at local level, I can increase and improve the quality of these services in a stable way, and I'm going to impact even in the region of Madrid or in Rome or at regional level on the quality of services provided at that system level. This is basically what they're asking to the COVE. You may see you may think it is a bit ambitious, but actually, it's how we are used to work among us. Maybe not that much at European level, but at bilateral level of cooperation. This is how we already think. Okay. Again, local level and macro level. This is the double length of action of a COVE. Being able to provide services at regional level, coordinate standards and align standards, and cooperate at European one among the networks of Center of Vocational Excellence. So now, I'm not saying in few minutes we will entering about the idea we are proposing as a Salesian network together with other partners on this COVE initiative. The deadline is September, but we are already working since 1 year with some of you to assess the state of the art, to design the COVE model related to the third country national migrants and refugees integration through vocational training and social inclusion. But before entering into the project, just I would like Julia, who is with me and who has a wide experience as a director of our European VET network, just to add maybe a few words on how EFTA can relate with COVE and how important it is for a network like this to promote these initiatives also at the ground level, so to the centers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. Yeah, well, the idea is very simple. You stressed a lot the importance of this regional dimension, but at the same time, platforms for centers of vocational excellence act in a transnational level. So networks at the European level like EFTA can be very important and very useful to mainstream the idea of these platforms and to bring the messages that these platforms put in place to the European institutions. Moreover, the role of networks like EFTA is the one of spreading out the voice, so informing other external organizations that are not involved in these platforms of vocational excellence about the work done and about the possibility maybe to join the platform in a later stage. I think that, and this maybe goes back a little bit also to my previous presentation, the importance of networks at the European level still remains very relevant. And it's also very useful not only in the stage of the implementation of an action like the Centers of Vocational Excellence, but it can be very useful also in a previous stage at the moment of the design, because giving the advantage of having an overview on the European continent and a knowledge of different situations in Europe, we usually support partners, members in building up partnerships, because we know maybe in a certain country there is a certain organization working on a certain topic, so we can establish contacts among organizations that might cooperate together. And I want to stress another thing that I think it's important. When we talk about COVE, we are not only talking about sectoral projects, sectoral activities. There are topics at transversal level that are very important, like the one that you mentioned about migration or social inclusion, or other topics that can be developed in a transversal way. COVEs can be established also in this sense, and I think that it's very important also to focus on establishing COVEs in this transversal sense, because now more than before, more than ever, we need to have a systemic approach and a very qualitative and excellent approach on this kind of topics, especially with what we are living in this moment in Europe, reflecting about the possibility to improve our capacities, our competencies, and to provide excellence in frameworks like the one of migration, the one of social inclusion. It's now very, very important. And another thing that I want to recall that it's very important, and networks can help in this. I was talking before about ecosystems. COVEs are ecosystems, which means they are made up of different kind of actors. Networks can help also in establishing these ecosystems by putting in contact training providers with other different kind of actors, like innovation centers or universities or trade unions. This is the advantage of including networks at the European level in initiatives like the platforms of vocational excellence. And this is my opinion. Thank you. You're welcome.
No, that's perfect. Actually, we had the presentation about this in a minute, but one thing that Julia anticipated perfectly.
Sorry.
No, it goes in this direction. The COVE may refers to two different typologies of projects. So it may focus on one sector, like energy, like electricity, or Industry 4.0, or something like this, or it may be focused on a transversal topic, like social inclusion, like, I don't know. The fact is that this was made by the European Commission because social inclusion and transversal and inclusiveness of that, it's a top-down agenda now at the moment. The fact is that last year, 2 years ago, we had the first call for proposal on COVE. I guess that something like 8 projects have been approved or something like this. Among these 8 projects, just one dealt with social inclusion topics. All the other projects dealt with energy or water, tourism, infrastructures and stuff like that. So this means, and I have one slide so I can jump it later on that, this means that the European Commission may be really interested in having a wide partnership like us, like can be our, thinking and working together on designing provisions on transversal topics, like the one we are going to present today. So this is also why we decided to focus on that, not just mainly because European Commission was missing this part, but because our contribution can be utmost wanted and needed in this moment, in particular in this moment. Okay? So, why we thought to work together, it was I think 2019, so just 1.5 years ago, no? To start working on the idea on developing European networks of COVES who deals with a transversal topic like the social and vocational integration of migrants and refugees that we call also third country nationals. Because it's, as we said, it's important, we match the two degrees of importance both at the European level and for us as a Salesian family in our agenda, in our strategy. The congregation said that this topic of integrating socially and vocationally speaking migrants and refugees would be our top efforts needed in the next years. So we matched the European relevance, we called it in jargon, with our internal strategy. But it also started this engagement of the Salesian family in 2019, I said, through Renato, okay, over there. I thought you were seated here, so I was used to. Okay, so it was 2018 or something like this that CEDEFOP, so the organization for VET of the European Commission, study organization, just addressed you also to name an expert who could participate to this working group that was about to start. So they called up 12 experts coming from Europe, from 12 European countries, to reflect on good practices. It was 2018, so you may think how is not just because the Ukraine crisis. We have this topic on the table since now it's more urgent, but we have it on the table since many years. So they called up experts from VET organizations to gather, collect good practices in 3 different working groups. So the third working groups would just focus on exploring the topic of migrant social and vocational integration. They called the group Social and Vocational Integration Through Learning. I attended this working group, by the way. It was facilitated by a VBB. Horst, Dreiman, and I was attending this group with other 12 people or something like this. So at the end of these 2 years of work of this working group, a report has been produced and presenting in 2019 to the European Skills Week in Helsinki. It was something like this. Why I'm mentioning this report? First of all, because the Salesians were part of that working group. So we were successful. Do you remember when I mentioned you the importance of advocacy? No? We were successful in including into this report 3 best practices coming from the Salesians in Italy and Spain of dealing with migrants. We included our project Job Labyrinth, if you remember it, the game to attract the young people, also migrants, to the vet services, and also some practices from Madrid into the final report. But most of all, that report gives us the background on the problems and issues that we have to solve and tackle as a system, at system level, when speaking about migrant social and vocational integration. So they basically said that we have 3 different typology of problems we have to address. And for each levels of problem, they analyzed background challenges, and then collected good practices and made recommendations based on the experience of these vet providers in Europe. So the full report, if you are interested, we can share it with you. It's about 80 pages, but it's really a good one because it's clear and really made a clear picture of what we have to do at system level to impact on that problem. So first of all, they said, we said as a working group, we have 3 different levels of problem. The first levels of problem we have to deal with, it's about migrants, refugees, so third country nationals, when thinking to them as a recipient of that provisions. Why? Because they said that when we talk about this particular target group, there is not one-size-fits-all approaches that works with them. They are not relevant because they do not take into consideration their background. So we need to tailor methodologies and approaches to be relevant also for them. One, we have to take into account their personal situation, social knowledge, cultural background, and of course, in order to do this, you have a little proof of how a network could work. Because alone, I'm speaking about CNOSFAP, we do not have inside our centers all the human resources, competence, strengths, financial resources to deal with this comprehensive approach. But we need to do it. So as an example, when we talk about the assessment, the procedures of assessment of competencies, we notice that when speaking about migrants, the normal procedures are not effective for them. So maybe a combination of direct observation on the working place can be a more relevant methodology. If united to, as an example, tools like the skills portfolio, which for them work and has been proved effective. This is just an example on how we have to think on tailoring approach, tailoring provision. We have to diversify our training offer and look for patterns which may help them to be successful in life and career, and not vice versa. Sometimes not in this lesion, but more in other approaches, they just deal with migrants as one among the others learners that they have in their center. They do not care about intercepting them. In Spain, in Italy, in Greece, we have also the problem of addressing them because normally they do not go into the vet services. So we also include into this approach how to intercept them, how to deal with them, how to activate them, which is something that before this report was not mentioning, and how to tailor approach and methodologies to that background. So here, as an example, the recommendation for this first typology of problems is to build up integrated services. COVID didn't exist at all at the moment of this publication. But to deliver integrated service, which was able to join guidance, orientation, basic and soft skills, pre-vocational measures, like the ones we are used to offer to our students. Social and professional integrations. It doesn't exist vocational integration without social integration, especially when we think about third country nationals learner, but as a solution we would say to everyone. Okay, so the second, to be really short, the second levels of problems when dealing with this topic, so the first refer to them as a recipient of learning. The second relates to the vet providers as a provider of services. So the problem is that, again, sometimes even the small center lacks of skills, capacities, human resources, possibilities to deal with this comprehensive approach. They lack with human resources, they lack with organizational structure. So again, the answer here is to build partnership with actors who can help us to provide these skills. Let's think about the intercultural mediator. Have we got the strength to have intercultural mediator inside our centers working for us? Probably no. So we need to build up partnership with them. I'm thinking to all the social platforms we already work with, because they need to help us to say how to provide services for them. The third level of problems relate to the environment. So the problem is that sometimes we collected about, in this report, 40 best practices, okay? The problem is that these best practices started up and died with the project. So the other problems relate to the environment. How we could keep it sustainable, how we could make that these services are framed into the normal offers that in our centers are organized, but thinking at European level. We have different frameworks. Think about the European portfolio, but we have other initiatives taken up by the European Commission. We have many funds and programs promoted by the European Commission for migrants. But again, all the services that they provide within this call for proposal and programs are not working together. Do you want an example? You know, I work both for CNOSFAP and for the NGO who deals with international cooperation. Okay, if we want to work with prevention on migrations, with training and fostering the social inclusion of the potential migrants, of the youngster in Africa as an example, I have to address some typology of programs. This typology of programs doesn't give me money to work in Italy. So I can work up to them, they arrive in Europe, if they arrive. There are other programs like AMIF, as an example, who work for the social and vocational integration of migrants and refugees in Europe. Is it possible to work in an integrated approach also in the countries of origin and in the countries of transit of these people with African and Mediterranean partner? No, not with European funds. I have to join 2 or 3 different programs. So we have to work at European level to join tools and to join funds also, to promote a shared governance. So the third level of problem is a problem of shared governance. To build up an environment. I do not want to anticipate that much, but if you remember what we said before about COVES, you may see how these 3 levels are exactly what they're asking us, to produce learning and teaching material in more stronger, better way, to design services, and to work on shared governance are the 3 clusters of the COVES. So this is just to say that it's quite relevant to the COVE initiatives. Let's see in 1 minute if it's relevant also for us as a Salesian organization, because you may say, okay, I understood it's important, I understood that the topic it's sought in the agenda of the European Commission, but am I able as a VET center to cooperate in these local clusters, vocational clusters called COVE? Okay. So the questions we have to ask ourselves is, are we aware of the role of VET providers and on the role that we are asked to play in order to promote their social and vocational inclusion? Are we engaged enough as a VET community to work in cluster? So again, the answer lies on our practices. So that's why before presenting you the model, I asked Benedetta and Miguel just to tell our best practices and projects that we are already promoting as a pilot, and that can be a useful methodologies and approach that can be scaled up at European level. So again, if we move from what we already do and we understand how to do it in a more integrated way, it's not an overload, but we can, let's say, put all the added value and goods that we, and best practices and lesson learned at system working at European level. So maybe Benedetta, you can start just presenting one best practice that we have as a CNOSFAP on social integration of migrants and refugees. Miguel, then the floor is yours. But, and then we will try to think over together how we can work. Okay? Benedetta, I'll leave you the floor. Thank you. Passo prima di... Ah, ok, allora ti saluto. Sì. Ok, vieni, parlo io da là. I also took the chance to say thank you to Julia that now has to leave, and really for the precious contribution, and we look forward to work together to projects, and thank you very much for your being here.
Thanks to you.
Thank you, Ivan, and all the participants to this conference. I'm Benedetta Cassarini, and I'm working at CNOSFAP in EU and international coordination of projects. Linking to the discussion we are having, we can see now which is the added value of the Salesians in a perspective of working with a cluster approach. So as some of us already know, Salesians are present in 133 countries all around the world, providing vocational training and education. They started the activities in 1870, and they are managing about 1,845 schools with more than 1 million beneficiaries. So what is important for us is that Salesians are working both in the country of origins, in the country of transit, and in European countries. So this is a very important aspect if we think about a value chain process in vocational education and training. Now you can see here in this map a bit the spreading of the Salesians all around the world. So I don't want to repeat too much what Ivan and Julia already said, but it is very crucial when we talk about third country national integration to think of a multi-sectoral approach because which involves different actors. As we said, maybe Ivan already said that, but we should involve vet providers, actors, the market actors, all the social platforms working more on the social integration of third country nationals. And this is the cluster approach that COVE is asking, actually. So vet providers, social platforms, market players, and also institutional key actors should be involved together in a value chain process. And as a CNOSFAP, we already we are present in 16 Italian regions with 60 centers of vocational training. And we already experienced a pilot project with this cluster approach in Lazio region and in the region of Madrid, which Miguel is going to present later on. So, talking about this policy and strategies put in practice, we should think about linking together European and also African vet experts, because if we need to work also on the country of origins, it's crucial to involve all the European countries and all the African vet providers. And in this sense, of course, DB Tech Africa is a key actor. So in the FAMI project, which is, maybe you already know that, but it's the Asylum, Migration and Integration Fund of the European Union. We have the equivalent in Italy, it's FAMI, and now we have this project, which began in 2020, and it's going to finish in September, next September. It's an initiative which envisaged the pre-departure and post-arrival integration and orientation of third country national. So what we are actually doing is to match African and EU training centers. So the Italian centers can assess the skills, the skill level in the African centers, and all the trainers in Italy, not all of them, but the secretaries of the different sectors are assessing the competencies and the skill level in the African centers, and they are preparing some training courses in order for the students to be prepared to face the market labor request in Italy. We are also working on a capacity building of local job service office together with Piero Fabris, because we need common standards, and also to train the job service offices in Africa to be able to meet the requests of the market labor here in Italy. Then we are also working on the orientation, of course, of the students which are supposed to come in Italy. We are putting in practice shared methodologies of selection of CVs, selection of students, and of beneficiaries, together with the companies which are supposed to host them in Italy. Because we think it's crucial to involve the companies and to allow the beneficiaries to understand which are the competencies required here, and also to allow the companies understand which should be their expectations and their expectations on the beneficiaries coming in. Of course, with our support, because there are also language barriers that we need to facilitate in this sense. So yes, this is a bit the work we are doing. We are, of course, analyzing all the skill gaps with the head of our secretaries of the sector. So for each sectors, we are trying to establish the level of preparation and the skills we expect from the beneficiaries. And that's why it's very important to standardize and find an agreement on the learning outcomes we are expecting from the beneficiaries. That's, I think, a little bit our experience. So we are expecting some beneficiaries to come in June in a company in Lombardia, in the north of Italy. Some students are coming from Egypt, and we are working on an accompanying process with them, together with the JSO in Italy, the JSO in Egypt. We prepared for them a training and also a workshop of training of trainers, because it's also important that the trainers there can really understand which are the competencies required here. Okay, maybe if you have some questions or more specific curiosities or questions.
Thank you, Benedetta. Yeah, so this is quite I would say, an ambitious one, because for the first time we are trying to work with our market actors, with our enterprises not in Italy, but in the countries where the migrants come from. So next week, Piero, we will be having the interviews with the Egyptian guys who would come here in Italy, but they are still experiencing their VET patterns in a Don Bosco center there in Egypt. So as you may see, maybe this can be a first pilot of one of the possible services that the COVE can provide. You may see the partnership there. You have a VET provider, which is CNOSFAP. You have VIS, which is an NGO. And you have the VET providers in Africa and the counselors in Africa who are working with us. So the enterprises asked us, he was ready, I was talking with Angel about this, the enterprises were ready to enroll 1,000 students in 5 years. They asked for working with us in this kind of typology of programs, not just when they arrived here, but as soon as they are still in the countries of origin in Africa. And we're looking for funds to doing this. Maybe COVE can be the only initiatives who would allow us to work in this integrated way, not only here in Europe, but together with our counterparts of Don Bosco Tech Africa or Don Bosco Tech India in India or in Latin America, working to design this integrated strategy together. And believe me, I just talked with many of my colleagues. The needs for the enterprises for this kind of approaches is higher. The problem is that they can't find reliable actors to work with. There is no counterparts, no actors able to look together, to match together social inclusion, vocational training, and international cooperation, and to do it in all the continents in a structured way. So this is why they could look for a European cause of ourselves, made up by ourselves and by our communities. Okay? So let's... Yep.
Yeah, what we saw is that from the companies there is a big interest in workforce and also in open their perspective to a more international view. So they are very interested in collaborating with us, and for them, of course, it's the first time, so it's a kind of trial. We have to, I think, set up some procedures also in the selection of participants, because maybe they expect the same thing, and they would carry on the selection and the interviews in the same way they do with the Italian candidates, but it's a bit different. That's why, that's where social stakeholders and social platforms can be involved to facilitate this transition process. And also from the student side, I think it's very important to work on an orientation and also awareness of what they are going to face here in Italy and which kind of work they are going to do, and also on the side of cultural integration, because sometimes inter-country nations, there is some kind of idealization of what they can find here in Europe. So I think it's very important also to work on this aspect before the arrival in here.
Thank you, Beth, again. And let's see also Miguel from the Spanish experience, what you can add to as a background to this topic is an important one. So the floor is yours. You want to present? So before covers, I think we need a capacity building on Mac. I think the next time we will be assessing.
So before starting, I'm giving you an advice. I'm not speaking in English, so maybe someone of you needs a device to understand me. Also the others. But sí, porque no hace mucho me han dicho, me ha llegado al alma que me han dicho que cuando hablo en italiano suena como si hablase polaco. Así que no quiero ni imaginarme cómo suena cuando intento hablar en inglés. También he intentado, digo, bueno, hablaré con el lenguaje del corazón, pero me parece que es más fácil que nos entendamos en español, así que me disculpáis, por favor. Bien, la segunda cuestión es que... La segunda cuestión es que, fruto de mi gran dominio de las lenguas, no había entendido exactamente, Iván, de qué tenía que hablar. Entonces he preparado una presentación muy interesante en PowerPoint que quizás llegue hasta el final y no tenga nada que ver con lo que voy a decir. Porque realmente, a ver, venimos de haber preparado un assessment, como dice Iván, bastante intenso en un trabajo en equipo que se ha llevado a cabo entre las dos inspectorías españolas de Salesianos y las plataformas sociales. Todo ello se ha reducido a unas 50 páginas de análisis que yo voy a tratar de enfocar en unos minutillos nada más, porque tampoco tenemos mucho tiempo y no queremos exceder. En líneas generales, lo que tengo que decir es que el sistema o el servicio que los salesianos, la familia salesiana, está prestando en España de cara a la integración de las minorías de emigrantes e inmigrantes, tiene, vamos a decir, tres grandes ramas. Una rama muy grande es la educativa, otra rama muy importante es la del trabajo social, desarrollado en las plataformas sociales, y otra rama nada desdeñable es la que se está realizando desde el ámbito, aquí se llama de misiones, que integra por una parte la organización de misiones, la Procura, y por otra parte las ONGs. Tenemos varias ONGs que se dedican a estas cosas. En España los salesianos están dando formación profesional, el servicio de formación profesional para unos aproximadamente, vamos a decir, 16.000 alumnos en toda España, en unos aproximadamente 57 centros de formación profesional. De esos 16.000 alumnos, aproximadamente 1.800, algo más del 10%, que es por encima de la media nacional, son alumnos inmigrantes, vienen de fuera. El servicio que se está dando en formación profesional les tiene muy en cuenta. Es importante saber que esto es así. Dicho lo cual, hay que decir al mismo tiempo que un refugiado, un inmigrante que viene a España, siempre que sea menor de edad, tiene acceso libre a las escuelas, por lo tanto a la formación profesional. Pero la formación profesional empieza después de la educación obligatoria, es decir, después de los 16 años normalmente, salvo alguna adaptación curricular. Con lo cual, desde aquí no se está llegando exactamente a el perfil de refugiado por debajo de esa edad. Sí, a través de otro tipo de programas o de proyectos se está colaborando, por ejemplo, en proyectos como el proyecto SAM, un gran proyecto que está permitiendo trabajar además de una manera diferente con esta gente. Estamos poniendo en marcha, quiere decir que hemos dado pasos y que lo que tenemos por delante es muy interesante, un modelo de colaboración con nuestros, vamos a llamarles pares, centros de formación profesional salesianos de la red salesiana que nos ha presentado Father TG esta mañana, un modelo de colaboración que va a utilizar, lo voy a decir así categóricamente, un sistema de retos abordados con un trabajo colaborativo para integrar previamente a la visita, al desplazamiento, a la movilidad que realizarán aquí o a las movilidades que realizaremos hacia África desde aquí, integrar elementos no solamente técnicos, tecnológicos, sino también culturales u otro tipo de elementos que permitan la inclusión. Es decir, se están haciendo cosas, pero el objetivo de que sea una herramienta para integrar TCNs, Third Country Nationals, no sé si está muy bien enfocado en lo que se refiere a la formación profesional a través del área educativa. Hay otro gran ámbito de trabajo en el que se está trabajando desde las escuelas fundamentalmente, aunque también desde las plataformas sociales, que es el de la formación para el empleo. Formación para el empleo, en lugar de emitir títulos académicos, emite certificados de profesionalidad que, no sé hasta qué punto es cierto, pero teóricamente tienen un entronque con el sistema europeo de cualificaciones. Con lo cual, yo estudio una cualificación que está pensada para encajar con un sector concreto de la actividad empresarial en España y supuestamente yo tendría trabajo en ese perfil profesional concreto, habiendo obtenido ese certificado de profesionalidad. También es formación para el empleo la que en la vía de oferta, incluso también de demanda, se puede realizar porque las propias empresas la organizan. Yo necesito técnicos para desempeñar esta función en mi empresa, doy una formación y aquí están mis técnicos. Esto tiene un problema de cara a la integración de personal inmigrante, y es que requiere la nacionalidad. Nacionalidad que, muy de acuerdo, por una vez en España estamos muy de acuerdo con Schengen, no estamos por conceder a las personas que no tienen, digamos, los requisitos que se exigen. Con lo cual, pues los refugiados no pueden, o los refugiados emigrantes, no tienen acceso a esta vía normalmente. Es decir, descartamos dos, probablemente, de las vías que tenemos. Hay una tercera vía, que es la que está como oferta presentando toda la red de plataformas de plataformas sociales salesianas, que es una vía muy interesante. No sé por qué esta chisme no va. ¿Lo habré estropeado de tanto hablar? Es probable. Bueno, bien. Hay una tercera vía, digo, que es la de la actividad en proyectos sociales. En el ámbito de los salesianos, las plataformas sociales, puedo hablar, por ejemplo, de una que tenemos en nuestra inspectoría que se llama Pinardi. En nuestra inspectoría hay 3 plataformas sociales, una de ellas probablemente la más representativa en este sentido porque integra incluso algunos centros de formación profesional. Plataforma social, centro de formación profesional, está integrado todo, ¿no? Bueno, pues ellos en estos momentos tienen 17 proyectos en marcha que en muchos de los casos habitualmente integran también personas que provienen de este origen, como personas de otros países que vienen a integrarse como refugiados incluso, vamos a decir, ¿verdad? Además de estos 17 proyectos, las plataformas sociales, Pinardi, por ejemplo, y las otras 2 plataformas en nuestra inspectoría, están desarrollando 4 grandes proyectos en volumen de actividad y en volumen de presupuesto, que están orientados a atender la necesidad urgente que se está presentando con motivo de la guerra en Ucrania. La actividad es inmensa. En la primera vía es una actividad inmensa, que es la vía educativa. Las posibilidades de atender específicamente a refugiados o inmigrantes están limitadas por las circunstancias institucionales. El retorno para los propios usuarios, vamos a llamarles así, mis pobres, a esta buena gente, vamos a llamarles usuarios. El retorno es bastante limitado también, porque lo que ha dicho antes Iván, que pasa en Italia, también pasa aquí. ¿Cómo voy a estudiar yo, refugiado, durante 2 años un ciclo de formación profesional, si mientras tanto tengo que pensar cómo llego a final de mes o cómo como esta tarde? No puedo. Ahora, ¿cómo voy a entrar en un programa de formación más inmediato, 2 meses de formación, en un certificado de profesionalidad, si no puedo porque no tengo la nacionalidad? Las plataformas están ofreciendo otro tipo de posibilidades que en cierto modo, lo mismo que está pasando en el ámbito educativo, cuando se intentan favorecer las actividades con estas personas que presentan determinadas dificultades que había puesto en la presentación, pero que no voy a decir, bueno, no voy a decir, puedo nombrar alguna. Por ejemplo, yo necesito una adaptación o, en primer lugar, aprender un idioma. Entonces, lo que se hace con las personas que vienen a un colegio y que tienen necesidad de incorporar este idioma o una formación básica previa es ponerles en un grupo de trabajo intensivo sobre ese aspecto concreto. Con lo cual, lo que se genera es una situación de marginación para esta gente, porque el resto del mundo está por aquí y nosotros estamos aquí aparte. Esto pasa con bastante frecuencia. En el ámbito de trabajo de las plataformas sociales se da un apoyo muy grande a esta gente, pero de alguna manera también se les trata como grupos aparte. Es una tarea pendiente muy importante el que estas personas se puedan integrar realmente. Integrar es participar de la vida. No sé si hacerse del Atlético de Madrid o del Betis, pero es entender por qué a la persona que tengo al lado, que es... ella no es del Betis, pero esta persona que tengo yo al lado, ¿por qué le emociona eso de que el Betis haya ganado la Copa? De alguna manera hacerle sentir o entender por lo menos lo que sienten las personas con las que está, ¿verdad? Las plataformas sociales están realizando una tarea fabulosa, maravillosa, en este sentido, pero seguramente hay necesidad de una mayor tarea de integración. Y luego tenemos la tercera pata del banco, que es el trabajo desde el ámbito de misiones, que aquí en España, lo mismo que en otras partes, lo que está haciendo realmente es trabajar como unos jabatos para identificar, aflorar recursos, para poner a disposición de las plataformas, los centros educativos de aquí o de los países en origen, que es muy importante, para que esta inclusión social sea más realizable. Pero a la hora de la verdad, a ver, Esquiroz. Es que no sé por qué hay que trabajar con Macintosh, de verdad. A la hora de la verdad, y vengo al final ya, nos estamos encontrando siempre con determinados límites que es necesario plantearse, creo que en condiciones diferentes de las que se está planteando ahora, cómo vencer. ¿Cómo vencemos estas barreras? Primera barrera. Muchas iniciativas de las que se están llevando a cabo seguramente no se han podido dimensionar proporcionalmente al incremento de la demanda que se está produciendo. Si yo ofrezco 30 puestos escolares en mi centro de este ciclo, no puedo decir la semana que viene ofrezco 80. No puedo dimensionar proporcionalmente eso. ¿Cómo conseguir dar una respuesta si no puedo dimensionar la respuesta? Segundo, se necesitaría una coordinación, se necesitaría mejorar la coordinación. Probablemente la respuesta que se da desde las escuelas y la que se da desde las plataformas sociales sería muy interesante que incluyese, como ha dicho también Benedetta, que incluyese también a otros stakeholders, a otros colaboradores, porque en España no sé exactamente cuántos parados tenemos, cuántos desempleados tenemos. Las cifras oficiales las sé, pero no sé cuáles son las reales. Lo que sí que está claro es que cada semana o cada día vemos en las noticias, en los medios de comunicación, la demanda de trabajadores que no se cubre por parte de las empresas. La última vez que he visto una cifra hablaban de 110.000 empleos. Lo cual quiere decir que esta pata de trabajo desde el sistema educativo, del sistema de la formación profesional, está cualificando a personas y esta otra está atendiendo a personas, pero realmente no se está teniendo en cuenta las necesidades de aquella pata que es la que puede dar trabajo, que, seamos claros, es una de las herramientas principales de inclusión social. Claro, si te estoy dando una formación durante 2 años que te va a servir para que vayas a aprender qué es lo que tienes que hacer en la empresa, te va a costar encontrar una empresa en la que quieran entrar en este juego, seguramente. ¿Cómo mejoramos eso? ¿Cómo mejoramos esa coordinación? Y con el riesgo de generar más exclusión social y más marginación cuando trabajamos en programas que de forma aislada intentan dar una solución, pero que realmente al intentarlo de una forma aislada lo que hacen es marginar más, evitar la inclusión social, crear más guetos. Y por último, yo entiendo que lo que se está demostrando, y más todavía viendo la deriva de nuestra administración o de nuestro ámbito político aquí en España, que está muy desgajada, es curioso porque lo que estaba diciendo, en España el sistema educativo ofrece una cualificación que está en un 40% en manos de las administraciones regionales el definir cuál es el programa y el recorrido formativo, que no está de acuerdo con lo que está demandando la empresa en un gran porcentaje, pero es que además en el European Qualification Framework es como un gato con cuatro patas, digo con cinco patas, es una cosa muy rara, ¿no? Vamos a ver cómo se puede cuadrar esto con aquello. Y esto es muy importante porque yo creo que se necesitaría, no sé si al margen o colaborando, pero colaborando de otra manera con las instituciones europeas, ofrecer otras posibilidades que vengan lideradas de alguna manera y coordinadas de una forma muy intensa y clara, muy acertada, más acertada de lo que no se está haciendo ahora probablemente, coordinaran todas las actividades que a nivel nacional se están haciendo para que tengan también una dimensión transnacional. Si, por decir una tontería, si yo no soy capaz de darte formación para el empleo porque aquí no tienes la ciudadanía que te permite acceder a la formación para el empleo, ¿quién sabe si hablando con Rosmarie en Marsella podría ser que alguna de las personas que yo tengo hiciera algún curso y yo tuviera una cualificación profesional en Marsella que aquí fuera válida porque tenemos una buena coordinación a nivel europeo? Ese es el ámbito en el que seguramente se podría trabajar. Y Guillermo de Ockham tenía una navaja que yo voy a utilizar para cortar. Hasta aquí. No sé si habrá servido para algo. Gracias.
Thank you, Miguel. No, it was exactly what I meant with the presentation. Thank you. No, okay. Thank you so much. We are almost arrived to the end. This is just to start the discussion among us on about this topic. Why we care about presenting two maybe best practices that we enrolled as a Crossfire Federation and Tech Don Bosco. Because on this topic, we have something to say. And I mean, as a European network, we have something to say. Which are the problems that we have at the moment? Miguel and Benedetta just perfectly explained and put on the table which are the topics that we have to face when addressing a topic like that and when thinking about a COVE, which is the same thing. So the first one, how we can work together to overcome the possible barriers, because there are barriers. We saw on these two pilots, it was really challenging, stunning and beautiful projects, but really difficult for many, many reasons. So how we can work together, and by working together, improve the impact of these pilots, but also improve the sustainability in the future. So what happens when the projects will be lined up, the funds will be lined up? Either we think over a way of working together that by missions we are doing in our centers, so that we can continue doing also when the project it will be ended, or wherever things will be creating, it will be dead before the project will be finalized. So this is the first problem, how we can work together, how we can put at system level. Do you remember the COVID to impact on a system? This means impact on a system. Make these services to be a stable offer inside our centers by working together. This is the only way, I think. We can't do it alone. We have not the forces, we are not the human resources, we are not the time, because time also is another barrier to do it. We can do it together. So the second problem that we have is that how we can make the step from a pilot to a model. In order to do this, we have, again, like we did with the DB Wave, exchange each other. We have to work together also at higher level. Do you remember the COVE working on the ground, but also coordinate at European level? Because maybe some expertise, some standards, some experience from Miguel or from Benedetta may help others, even smaller, with few resources, to do the same things or to coordinate their work in order to do that. So do it together. Do it at a system level as a part of our mission, our services, and frame that in our offer. This is exactly what the COVE would like to bring. So the challenge of this presentation from the very beginning, it was to convince you that the COVE was not that something at the higher European Commission agenda, but it's just to find a way of doing what we already do as a solutions vet or social platforms, the example of Miguel, in a more integrated and better way. And if you open up and wide this chat also to the international cooperation, you may easily think how in Europe and in Africa and in other systems, as a solution family, we are maybe the only providers, with the exception of a European Union, the United Nations, but they are not providers. They are maybe policy actors or whatever. So we are one of the few providers who can offer all these skills and forces together. Again, like the Don Bosco Tech Europe, we have to work together and present ourselves as a system to impact on the system itself. So I was just thinking was discussing maybe with Angel, just thinking to Enel, which is the electricity national provider in Italy. They ask us, within the FAMI program, are you able to provide this kind of programs in the next 10 years, because we would like to enroll 5,000 people, 5,000 youngsters from Africa. And we said, look, the AMI project will end up next year. So we just can count on 80, which is the final beneficiaries, which is a pity, okay? But we are not yet structured. Probably if a COVE is in place, we can think also over in the long-term perspective. And this is the third challenge that we have. Work together, work better, systematize, but also think in the long term. Okay? Again, if you would like to deeper the COVE approach and the COVE project we designed already, we had a training in Madrid on that, if you remember. The project is already designed. We are now assessing at local level the needs. The project will be presented in September. I think there is not here the room to deals with the project issue and more technicalities. I just would like to present you the idea and to present this as a first possible action on the Don Bosco Tech Europe, or anyway on the platforms that are already used to work together. Okay? Thank you so much. Now we have I think 10 minutes. I don't know if you have questions for the speakers or curiosities about the COVE initiatives or about the COVE, the topic that we dealt with. Okay, we have I think we had a long day and full, I think, of stuff.
You have already talked too much.
Okay, so may I just invite also Miguel Canino to have maybe to close the day and to make a conclusion of the works. So thank you again for inviting us, Miguel, as a coordinator of the schools of the province, and I think that is the right person to end up all the work that we have done today.
Bueno, yo en realidad lo que quería también hacer, digo, en nombre de todos, es agradecernos mutuamente el trabajo realizado, quien ha estado implicado, quien ha visto cómo ha nacido y también el desarrollo de todo este tiempo, de todos estos meses, de estos años, pues yo creo que tenemos que estar satisfechos por todo el trabajo realizado, por lo que nos ha unido, por los frutos de este trabajo, que creo que hemos podido comprobar en el día de hoy, en esta jornada que decimos intensa y densa, pero que en realidad es fruto y muestra pues todo lo que ha significado. Yo creo que también nos tenemos que sentir muy satisfechos cuando veíamos toda la implicación de profesores, de centros, de inspectoría y sobre todo de destinatarios y de alumnos, pues de lo que supone un proyecto de estas características, ¿no? Entonces yo creo que el agradecimiento por el trabajo realizado es lo primero que tenemos que mostrarnos en este final o conclusión de este día y sobre todo, como os ha dicho también a lo largo de la jornada, que no solamente estamos concluyendo algo, sino que en realidad esta experiencia, este Erasmus nos ha permitido abrir nuevos horizontes importantes para cada una de las instituciones que pertenecemos y que participamos como inspectorías, pero yo creo que sobre todo horizontes como Salesianos Europa. Y yo creo que este es uno de los elementos que yo creo que más tendríamos que destacar. Estos nuevos horizontes que esperemos y deseamos que se sigan concretando, como así lo deseamos todos, y que realmente pues podamos ver esta realidad de Salesianos Europa en las distintas estructuras jurídicas pues lo más desarrolladas posible. Y yo quiero solo concluir, como se empezaba también en la jornada, nombrando y recordando pues, al que da sentido también a todo aquello que hacemos, que es don Bosco. Y yo creo que tiene que estar contento él de esta experiencia, él y también la congregación salesiana. En realidad, si nos fijamos en la experiencia de don Bosco y en la propia congregación de los orígenes, al final, algo que nació en un lugar determinado se amplió y desde el principio pensó en horizontes nuevos, en países distintos, en personas distintas que estaban implicados en una misma finalidad y misión educativo, pastoral y evangelizadora. Yo creo que nosotros somos sus continuadores y que este proyecto, en la medida en lo que hemos hecho, pues sigue realizando el sueño salesiano, el sueño de don Bosco, que es seguir trabajando por los jóvenes, especialmente por aquellos más desfavorecidos en el mundo de la educación, particularmente de la formación profesional, y sintiéndonos todos partícipes y sobre todo protagonistas de este gran trabajo, de esta gran misión. Gracias por el trabajo, gracias por estar aquí y esperamos que os hayáis sentido en casa, que es una casa salesiana, por lo que tanto es la casa de todos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.